Testing. Testing. Robot Radio. Welcome to Robot Radio. Ba-ba-da. Ba-ba-da. Welcome to Robot Radio. The only radio show So we're trying to figure out how to we're trying to figure out how to create smooth turns, because as of now, the guy is going straight, and then I have to stop him and turn him, and it's just not smooth, right? Like if I go over here, I have to stop and then turn, and it just takes a lot of energy to do that, when I could just, make a sweeping left turn, and but it looks like it'll actually work on this. So this is where we need it to work. And it sounds like it will. It sounds like we have this, and this will work. So let's just plug in that. Got a controller. The tablet is 95. This tablet is 88 and charging. So I got the camera for Millie way more dialed in. So she is streaming at 15 frames per second at 720 right now. And that's giving me way less lag. You know, this is still going over the Wi-Fi, so it's what we see, it's not what, you know, the robot actually sees. The robot can see in real time, but then we're getting the picture just a little bit delayed. So we're gonna hook up the controller, like we talked about, and this tablet. And I'm just printing these panel pieces because I need 3 more of these, and then I need 4 more of the smaller size. So that's basically it. If you guys want to come talk about Millie, either the bot project or the crypto project, I'm happy to talk to anyone. You know, this is just the beginning. We can control Millie using this controller, but we can also have AI control it. And I'm gonna get some arms on it. Trust me, it's gonna be sick. So I got
this future Gaza.
So I got the camera for Millie way more dialed in. Or maybe yeah. Millie's watching. Millie's literally watching. Hold on, are you there? Millie's watching herself get made. That's fucking amazing. Inception. There you go. That's chill, right? And you can subscribe to that stream, I guess.
But it goes to the point where, if, for example, if I have less ability sometimes online to criticize the Israeli government about backlash than actual Israelis do. And that's really, really weird, isn't it, Megan? That's one thing a friend said to me, interestingly, which is, okay, Charlie, we push back against the media on COVID, on lockdowns, on Ukraine, on the border, on this. Like, maybe we should also ask a question: is the media totally presenting the truth when it comes to Israel? Just a question. You know, that maybe we shouldn't believe everything the media says, because I know I've been conditioned to ask a lot more critical questions in the last couple of years. So Ben, some people would accuse Israel of wanting to ethnically cleanse.
This last video with Ben Shapiro, that was 48 hours before his assassination. This was the deep state job, guys. This was not some rando. And less than an hour after the incident, a private jet with tail number N888KG took off from the airport, and it turned off its flight transponder within 10 minutes of the flight. What is happening? What is this?
But it goes to the point where, if, for example, if I have less ability sometimes online to criticize the Israeli government about backlash than actual Israelis do. And that's really, really weird, isn't it, Megan? That's not one thing a friend said to me, interestingly, which is, okay, Charlie, we push back against the media on COVID, on lockdowns, on Ukraine, on the border, on this. Like, maybe we should also ask a question: is the media totally presenting the truth when it comes to Israel? Just a question. You know, that maybe we shouldn't believe everything the media says, because I know I've been conditioned to ask a lot more critical questions in the last couple of years. So Ben, some people would accuse Israel of wanting to ethnically cleanse.
This last video with Ben Shapiro, that was 48 hours before his assassination. This was the deep state job, guys. This was not some rando. And less than an hour after the incident, a private jet with tail number N888KG took off from the airport, and it turned off its flight.
Did you see?
Dude. we are moving on to the controller. So stay tuned for that.
You should honor this.
What a freaking day. Got the robot streaming on the stream. Heyo. Robot streaming on the stream. Heyo. What a freaking day. Christ. What is wrong with these girls? Holy fucking shit. Just upload the fucking video. Oh man, social media is just garbage, isn't it? Social media is garbage. I really think that social media peaked in like 2020, and then that was it. Social media peaked in 2020 when they did what they did. They took it down, bro. They took it all down. We don't need roads. All right, folks. Time to get to work. Time to quit dilly-dallying around, right? Right? Come on, video, upload. So it looks like, sports fans, if anyone's there, let me do a little beep. So maybe not that much. Maybe a little burp. So it looks like we need to get a cell phone modem, like a wireless, I guess like a laptop, like a wireless laptop modem. And that way we have a little Wi-Fi network around the robot. So that's already an opportunity to make a deal with a big company, right? When they launched the iPhone, Apple made a ton of money by launching it exclusively on a network, right? So if we launch Millie, hear me out, sports fans. Let me take these off for a second. Oh, my hair is atrocious. I'm just gonna dye it back dark. So, I don't know. It's out of control. So anyway, if we have a robot like this and we want to we can sign an exclusive deal with, and also that would help with like rollout, just to be like, hey, I don't have like a bunch of different carriers to deal with. If I just have one carrier and it's one mobile like internet provider, and any questions or any complaints, I can just forward over to them. Kind of troubleshoot with one company. I think that would be ideal at this point. So that's a huge market opportunity for Millie, just to be out there, and even for you to use the controller, like out in the wild, you would need a cell phone plan. I think that this is just going to have to be like a monthly fee. I honestly think that like a Millie bot needs to be affordable. I think the first round of them, honestly, just to help me fund this whole project, I could make 100 of them, first editions, at, and like fully completed at like $20,000, just to get some of these out there. If that's too expensive, then we'll drop the price a little bit. But if we do a hard drop of 100 of these, and just say, or even if I did like 20, like the first 20 are the exclusive. I should do 100. I mean, there's like 300 million people in America, right? So you got to think about like, okay, out of 300 million people, how many? Definitely 100 people are going to want one, and definitely they can spend $20,000 to get a robot. So I just need to think in terms of like, what's possible. Because if we did 100 pre-orders and they were $20,000, then this company is funded and we're off to the races. And then, I'm considering, I would love to accept Millie coin for robot sales, given that, there's a steady interest in the project. It can't just be pumped and dumped all day on bags. Like, that's not why you invest in companies. And I just don't understand why. That whole situation is just very like, for me, it's just kind of, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the pump and dump situation going on right now, but it is what it is. I'm the only person building robots live on social media. I think that's, interesting. I'm sorry, I'm not playing games or gambling. Maybe I should be doing those things, but I think that this is important, and I think that helping people understand this is important. I think that showing people what you can do is important. I think that, giving people a path right now with crypto and being able to kind of bootstrap your company and raise funds from your crowd, It's like Millie is going to be America's first AI robot on a massive scale. And, you know, it's only a couple weeks old, but we've got like 100 people interested in this. So I think we just need to get more of the crypto community to understand that like we can have big long-term plays where everyone builds generational wealth, but you have to do it slowly. You have to hold. You have to be patient. You have to be, you have to be honest with people. You have to say, hey, there's a good project going on right now, and it's a vision, and oh, that's fucking hot. Oh, baby. Hold on a second. Jesus. Wow. Wow, that camera is super hot. Amazing. Maybe we should put a fan on that. How am I going to get a fan on the back of that camera? Yikes. You know what? See, that's the thing. Like, okay, so this camera right here. Let me put these bad boys on. This camera, on the back of it are these little fins. Oh my God, it's so hot. And right now I have it just off of like one washer. But what I could do is carve out a space in the middle of it, and I could put a fan right behind there and mount a fan. Yeah, that's what I should do. I'm going to mount a fan. Even that little fan. Where's that little fan? Side quest. So we have fans. We have fans. Oh shoot, do I know where that thing went today? We got a part in the mail that does reverse polarity blocking. This little guy. So this part was too small, obviously. This part is a bit bigger. Yeah, looks like it should work. And then we had another little fan. We had another little fan over here that was oh man, where's that little fan? Shoots. We had two fans. Anyway, these are like normal computer fans. So I could pop one of these right here. I could pop one of those right there and just blow it right on the back of that camera. So there's a steady stream of air. So I'm already gonna reprint. I don't even need these. But these fans are clutch. But oh man, they look like they plug into something. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to wire those fans. Maybe I can wire these. Oh man. Yeah, maybe there's more maybe there's more pins I can use, or maybe I need to wire them. I'll figure that out later. Maybe I need to wire them into the Raspberry Pi. Not sure. Yeah, it's gonna need one of those big fans, and then I'll also cut out. So I'll cut out a space in the middle, behind the camera, and that's where the flow will. So basically the fan will be facing the back of the camera, and it'll blow cold air right on it, because it's freaking hot. But it's good. You know, it's streaming good video that's coming over the Wi-Fi. You know, I'm happy. So now we're going to get started on the application, which is So I'm just trying to figure out how to. I'm just trying to figure out how to. Can you hear me? Can you hear me from? Can you hear me from there? Yeah, you can. You can kind of hear me, right? Cool. So we're gonna change directory to projects, and then we're gonna create. So this is how you create it. Okay, so we're gonna create an app that is going to allow us to control Millie with this, and I'll just do it now so you can see what this looks like. This, right? How dope is this? So this is a whole gaming pad, and basically the game is going to be a robot. So that's what we're building right now. And I'm going to do a full explanation. I think that's probably charged by now. I'm going to do a full explanation of how we build it, right? So the first thing we do is we're in projects, and then we're going to do Flutter, and I'll just show you like so I just have this projects folder where I have the ARMS app. This is autonomous robot management system app. That is a robot fleet app. So that's going to let you control many, many robots. And I already have that kind of in the works. Cloud Square is I want to say it's almost like a next door app, but it's more for like planning events. I feel like there should be more, I don't know, man. You know, I want to believe in community, but like I end up spending all my time alone, just building things. So anyway, FreeCAD. Obviously, there's all my FreeCAD files in there. The Millie, the Millie 3D files that we're printing, and I need to work on a rendering series based on Millie. Like once I get all the parts aren't even modeled yet, you know, so we're still actively modeling parts as we go, just so you know everything fits. It's not like I modeled everything and then I'm just printing. I just like Millie is like almost a more conceptual in my mind, and then I'm just printing up one part at a time, kind of figuring out what the next part is and what we need. So you're literally watching like the design and building of a robot play out in real time. So that's basically how we're doing it right now, and then what we need, is to render everything, the model, and then kind of create some cool videos. And that's a whole different thing, but I do have like the regular like 3D model files that would be used in like Blender to make renders. I think making a cool video would be great once we get everything settled. You know, I'll make a live video. And then Loop AI is a news channel. I wanted to create this kind of a AI agent, like a AI agent that would help you with the news. And like obviously it can't just be limited to like corporate news, because that's just like a propaganda AI, and you don't want that. So you would kind of tell it what you want and like where you're at politically, and it would just kind of like show you stuff that you appreciate, because like I don't want to watch a bunch of like weird, you know, xenophobic politics. Like I'm not xenophobic, so I don't like, there's xenophobic politics out there that I just don't need to pay attention to, so it'll kind of filter out like what you don't like. And there's just a lot of terrible news that's going on, so I'd filter out most of it and just stay up to date on the people I trust. So you kind of like just customize it yourself, but AI just feeds you up a stream of news for you to look at every day, which kind of should be Twitter, but like, come on, man, come on, what the H? I mean, you know, how many devs are actively replying, you know, to their community in real time? Like I really care about this community, and some people have been saying, you know, you should go over to Pump Fun and it'll blow up. And I would love to talk about that with you guys on Sunday, tomorrow, when I actually have a day off, because I'm going into work tonight. But I'm just getting in early every day so I can put in a full day's work here, print some stuff, build some stuff. And I'm not taking a single day off. I don't believe in days off. This is where I'm at. I'm going to be in this lab every single day until Millie launches and I have some people on the team. And then maybe I'll go to China and I'll learn some actual shit from some fucking pros. But yeah, my point is, like, we need to robotize America. We need to get Americans to fucking realize that being smart is actually being cool, or, you know, whatever. Like, if you want to be cool, you should be smart. So that's the game plan. Trying to get, you know, I don't know, man. You know, like, this is such a cool product, and like, I would definitely ship this to someone, and there'd be like minimal assembly. Like, you'd have to put the neck on, right? And we'd probably put the tablet inside the face and just kind of like shut it down so the app is already installed. And then obviously like everything we're building for the robot internally on ROS on the Raspberry Pi, that is all going to be on the computer. That's already such a like, you know, like a useful piece of code. That's going to be open source. I don't think there's like too much patentable, you know, stuff on there. We're going to be using open source VLAs. Hopefully we'll use an open source LLM. If we put a better computer, if we put like more of a GPU, we could also put a $4,000 computer in that thing, and make it way better. It's running on a $100 computer right now, so this is like as affordable as it gets. It's running on a set of motors that cost me $80, so $40 per motor. That's nothing. Those for the wheels, and a $100 computer, and you know a couple $100 for the tablet face, and a couple $100 for the camera, and motor drivers that are like $40, and a fuse box that's like $15, and you know a couple of buck converters, and a battery that was like $60. So there's not a ton of material put into this thing. You know, it's probably close to, you know, a couple $1,000s worth of material. So, but it's 3D printed, right? And I need to have a lot of money to make this thing plastic molded injection molding, right? And even to make it out of aluminum, like we could take each cube and we could make it out of a strip of aluminum that you basically come in and you cut away material, leaving the frame. And then you bend it afterwards. So, you know, or we could make it out of like panels that screw together, right? We could have like a side panel that comes to there. It's cut. It's you know, it's kind of fixed together here. There's a ton of ways we could put this body together that would be either like stronger or more stable, right? Because like the twist on it's actually pretty good. The motors, right? Like if we just put like a $200 motor on each wheel, and we put like better wheels on it, you know, and we could put track wheels on it in the future, like tank wheels. That would be dope. I think that would be cool. You know, the first set of arms is not going to move at all. It's going to be a fixed set of arms that's basically like looks like that. So it's just moving around with like these arms that stick out, and you can put cups in them, or you can put cups in the hands. But then the hands themselves will be modular. You'll take off the hand, and then you'll be able to fix whatever you want onto that arm. So, you know, that's a possibility. And the arm will be right about there. So it actually won't be able to see. It doesn't have a ton of vision, man. That's crazy. I'm just trying to look at where the vision is. And it's pretty much this line right here. Yeah. I see. So, yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if we're going to have to give it a camera up there looking down. You know, multiple cameras. But basically, yeah, I think it should just have like a tray right here. And you can put a couple things on it. But it's going to have to navigate using SLAM. So it can't just navigate from a camera, because like it needs to kind of memorize where things are in the room or in your house, like where rooms are. And then it needs to be able to remember, like, if I want to navigate to that area, I need to do this. And SLAM is a like simultaneous, I guess, location and mapping. So it's kind of like scanning the room as it's building a map, and then using that map to inform where the scan is coming from. You know what I mean? So it's like a loop of, I can see where I am, and I'm storing that data into a map, but then I'm also updating that map as I move, because it's, you know, as things fit. Um, so when that runs, like, let's say it's just like you're in a store, and you have like section 8 has, like, you know, fasteners or screws, so it needs to know where section 8 is, or aisle 8, and that just needs to be on like the server. That needs to be on like public information that it can access, and it can just navigate there. So even like the store can have a map that the system can hack into, and then navigate to that area. If someone needs like a product from that area, or they have a question about something, or they need, like, let's just say they need somebody over there. You know what I mean? Like, what if we could teach the robot to like unlock, you know, the spray paint cans or something like that, you know? So this robot can be like moving around the store, and all of a sudden you go over to the spray paint and you push the button, and what that actually does is it calls the robot over, and then the robot comes over. You know, you can like scan your ID if you need to or whatever, and then it sends a signal to the lockbox that says unlocked, you know? I mean, that should probably already be in the system. I don't know why they don't do that, but anyway, yeah, I'm thinking this is like this could be like a commercial use. You can have this robot move around your store, helping customers, maybe even ask, you know, answering questions about products, right? So let's get that dialed in. And then at home, you wouldn't want a robot that does any of that. So none of that is applicable, right? It's almost like it's going to be a different robot. And it might be the color of the store. It might be a branded robot. Like, that's what I would be down to be like, cool, Millie is like, you know, now it's like a branded robot. It has a different name, and it has a different color scheme, and it's got, you know, specific arms that would be good in that specific situation. And then you have a home robot that's more like, just is fun, is kind of like a character that you want it to be. Like, you know, if you're like moody and gothic, you might want like a moody gothic robot that's going to be like your ideal roommate. If you want like a fun, chipper, you know, social robot, you might want like a sorority robot that's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not going to be one robot. And I think that is like the power of open source for me, is like being able to say, hey, do you want to work on these things? So the face is Millie app right now, and it's only just one face, and it's only just, you know, using one AI, and it's only using one voice, but it could use a range of different voices, right? I'm not sure if we need to pair with like an AI company that also does voices. I was spending way too much money on 11 Labs, so that's kind of out for now. I'm going to try to find a free voice just for now so we can test it. But I'm thinking long term. I'm thinking, you know, if it's a robot that's at a company, we'll put a better computer in it. It'll be way more expensive, but it'll work better. If you want something that's cheap that you can buy for, you know, let's just say a couple $1,000 without any working arms, with just like fixed arms, then, you know, we'll give it to you. We'll give you the base model for a couple $1,000. You know, if you want the professional home version, maybe it starts at like $10,000 long term. You know, once we have a company that's actually functioning. So it's kind of like, it's gonna have to be the Tesla model, where we start at a higher price, and we're only selling these things to like true robot enthusiasts, and, you know, people who are well-to-do, right? And then as we scale up, then we can offer truly affordable robots, and everything can be more open source. Like, that's the goal. And then the app will be a store where you could put different faces on it, you know. So hopefully we could like help creators make more money. Like, you know how you go on like Canva and you have like this whole creator economy, or you go on like Apple Watch and like people make like their own app, right? And or their own like wallpaper, like that kind of thing, where the robot face itself can be changed out, and it will respond to a familiar set of kind of like keys coming in from the AI or whatever the back end is that is actually making the robot talk and think. Then obviously you would need to tie into that, and the only way to make that work is to create an open source ecosystem where people can code on top of the existing code. So it's kind of like, I think the easiest way to do it would to I guess build an app that you could hack into the face page, and you can alter the aesthetics. So maybe that's it. We create almost like the UI part of the app, right? Not everything, but the UI part of the app that we use. We can put that on as open source, and then you could fork it, and then you can customize it, but it's still integrated in the same way, using the same classes or the same functions and talking to the same things, importing the same things that we do on our base model, or on our range of 10 faces that we make in house. So that's an option, right? Now all of a sudden, Millie, like, what's important to realize about this robot is that it's like, I am trying to put some thought into the prefrontal cortex, or you can think of it as like the personality, what we perceive as the personality of a human being, which is literally just math. Like, we're doing the same stuff that AI is doing, right? Probabilistic math and proportionality. When you think something is the beautiful, you're really just looking at proportionality, and you're appreciating the golden ratio that is distributed throughout nature. And in the same way, when you're living your life, you're going through a series of simulated probabilities of what you should do next, and you're calculating your actions. So that's what a robot will do. And what I want the tablet to be able to do is sort of higher level thinking, prefrontal cortex thinking, memorizing people's names. I think that the robot should be able to kind of say, hi, what's your name? I want to get to know you, and kind of save information about you, so that not at the store, obviously, not customers, unless those are the kind of customers that you serve, like local customers, like if it's a restaurant robot. But if it's at home, it needs to know who your family members are. It needs to be able to use facial recognition to identify those people. It should be able to save information about them. It should be able to maybe save like some of the information from like the last couple of chats, and then kind of like clear them as you keep talking, just so it knows like what you guys chatted about last time. Because often I go to ChatGPT, and literally I'll just be like, hey, we're going to pick up where we picked off last time, and we're going to continue what we're building, and I bring it up to speed. And it's like, well, if it just had that kind of like saved in, then obviously that would save everybody a little bit of time, and it would kind of feel like, hey, this AI knows me. And it's more than just a piece of plastic and metal with electricity flowing through it. So that is the AI tablet brain that's Flutter, that has the face, that has the text to speech, speech to text, and all that. And then that's going to have like more of an interesting screen with settings and colors and stuff you can adjust on the fly, right? Okay. Then you can think about this computer back here, which is actually running the camera, obviously. That is the Raspberry Pi, and that's more of the motor cortex. So that's more of just the robot thinking like, hey, I need to move over here. Or that's the part of the robot that saves the map for the SLAM model. Or, what else? Yeah. I guess that robot, that computer will run the arms too. So motor cortex, right? Think about it as the motor cortex, and then branching out from that is going to be 2 Arduinos, and the first Arduino, or we'll just say the Arduinos are one per arm. So basically, what you want is all of the motor commands to be processed onto one Arduino. So each arm is going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the robot's going to have 5 motors minimum on each arm. I think that's the very minimum I can do. So one rotates it to move it this way, right? So it's not going to have 2 here. It's just going to have 1. It's just going to be able to do that, right? And then it needs to have another one that obviously does that, right? And then you can just think about it as 1 here so that it can do that and that, right? So that's almost all the range you need. But if it doesn't have 2 more motors, it won't be able to do this, right? And then it won't be able to do this. So those are the motors. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. That's it. 5 motors. That's the minimum for full range of motion. I'm not going for more. I'm going for less. Millie is all about less. Less is more with Millie. I'm not trying to increase the degrees of freedom and brag about that. I'm trying to reduce the degrees of freedom and get it into people's homes. So it's only got 2 degrees of freedom when it comes to its motion, right? Two motors. And then the hand itself will be open source, 3D printed hand, or an expensive hand that you can buy from another company. Maybe we'll sell 5 different types of hands, and those will ship, from those other companies, or they'll ship from us, and we'll figure that out. But for now, I think it would be really cool if we just did a fully static arm and hand. Like literally an arm that comes out, comes down, moves forward, and it's a cup holder, and you can put like pens in it, or you can put like a glass, a cup, and then you can say, hey, go give that drink to someone, So you could potentially, like send it to the kitchen to get a drink, as long as someone is in the kitchen that can put the drink in its hand, And then basically we should be able to talk to Millie and just say, go take this drink somewhere else. Go take this drink to the kitchen, to the living room. Give it to Tom, something like that. I think that this will just be like a fun way to start putting robots out into the field. And obviously, like, the data is important. Collecting data for robots is super important. Jesus, that is so freaking hot, man. Crazy. Anyway, so let's get back to work, and hold on a second. So now I'm just creating, let me see if you guys can see this. Yeah. I'm just creating our first yeah, I'll just keep that there. And then I want to change directory, right? So you can see that those are all the things I've started. And then Millie control is what we're going into. So change directory, Millie control, right? Cool. Okay, now that we're in here, we're gonna go to we're gonna open it up here. So we open the folder, Millie control. So we're not in ROS anymore, right? And all my ROS projects are here, right? And they're all here. So those are all the robot things I've built. But if you go home to the user, I have projects that are more Flutter based. So Millie control is what we want. And that brings up, because we did this right here, because we did Flutter create, Millie control, it brought in all of this stuff. So you have to do that. That's the first thing you have to do, right? And we're probably going to need to attach this to its own GitHub project eventually, so we can put this on as well. But this is the controller. So we probably don't need to have this be open source, but it could be. We'll just have the download, or it'll be on the App Store. I think we're gonna have to make this all Android only for right now, just because, like, I don't know. That seems to be like the easiest way for us to build stuff right now, unfortunately. So definitely it'll be launching on, Android device. Like, you don't want to buy a super expensive, Mac tablet to do this. You know what I mean? Like, this is good enough. Like, this is just going to be a screen controller, tablet screen. So you don't need to buy a Mac version of this. I think that if we just release this on Android, like, the tablet's $200. So you're not going to want to put a Mac tablet in the face. You know what I mean? It's just silly. So yeah, for right now, this is basically an Android only ecosystem. But yeah, so we're gonna open up the YAML.yaml file, YAML, right? And this is kind of where you move things around to tell the whole, like, Flutter file system where to find things, right? So in the dependencies, Flutter is already there, but we're gonna add these guys right here. So all we have to do is paste those in. Make sure your tabs are cool. So it looks like we also have to install something on ROS. So we're going to keep this here for now. We'll save this. Right? And then we need to bring up this guy. So I'm just going to shut down... I'm going to shut that down. I'm going to shut that down. And then I'm going to shut that down. We're still in Millibot. Hold on a second. good news. The fans that I got, these fans are actually, I can just wire them straight up to the fuse box. So I have 2 fans now. I need to find locations for them. I'm gonna mount one of these right here behind the camera, so it keeps that camera as cool as possible. So basically, we're already gonna reprint this face panel. I want to make some changes, and then we're gonna need to reprint that back panel anyway. So it's okay. You know, some of these are just learning experiences. I try not to make too many mistakes, but honestly, you know, what can you do when you're like prototyping something? But anyway, it's gonna work out, and everything's gonna be beautiful. So. Now I'm just installing. Actually, let me check the volume on this. That I got. These fans are actually. I can just wire volume. Holy Jesus. So weird. Someone just made like a weird Elon Musk mom's profile and just reposts everything for her. Weird. Okay, now I'm installing. So this is the brilliant part of AI that I don't think people talk about enough. And it's that so not only is it able to write code, like it writes a lot of code, and it doesn't always work, but you get the errors and you feed the errors back into the AI, and then it figures out where it made mistakes and it fixes things. Or, you know, it can't account for everything, so it can write a great file, right? It can write a great Python script, but it might not be aware of every other file in your whole program, in your whole application. So really, context is everything when these AI coding models are like, you know, talking about, like, whenever you see someone talking about like, oh, I one-shotted this website, it's like, no, you didn't. You probably created a one landing page, but like you didn't do anything for the back end. You didn't do anything for the other pages. Like, I get it, but like it's all hype. If you really want to build something, you need to open up a regular, you know, coding app, like VS Code or whatever you use, and you really got to spend some time, you know, building it, organizing it, structuring it, and then you just use. What I do is I use AI to first, like, I tell it what I want to build, and then we go through an outline of like all the different steps and all the different things we're going to have to build along the way, all the different pages. We almost like outline the whole project, right? And that is kind of like developing. That's kind of where like the programmer is. You're sort of like, that's the programmer level. That's not even code yet, right? Coding and programming is different. So You can start that at that level. You have a vision. You have to know what you want it to look like. You have to know what you want, if you want it to be all black with, square edges, or if you want it to be fun and orange with like rounded corners. Like, you have to know all that stuff, and you have to know, like how many pixels are typical for certain designs. Like, you do need to know UI layout, UX layout, and you can do it, but like, it's not just like AI makes it. It's like you make it in your mind, and then you tell AI, this is what I'm looking at. This is what I'm seeing. This is what I want it to look like. This is what I want it to do. This is how I want it to perform. And then instead of having to waste a bunch of time, like if you're an architect, you're not building bricks. You're not making steel. You're not making trusses in a factory. That's done by other people. So right now, it's like if you want to program and if you want to build and if you want to design software, then you don't need to make the bricks anymore. AI makes the bricks, essentially. And you can just think about each file of a program or an application as, building material. So you've basically created this factory setting where, it's almost like a prefabricated modular, factory where you're just you're pumping out all these files, and then you're plugging and playing into applications, and obviously running it and troubleshooting it. But like, it's just opened up the door to people who are kind of more like me, conventional designers, who can see like I can visualize this robot and this robot company and how it's going to change the world. But I'm not the best programmer. I'm definitely not the best coder. I definitely rely on AI to do a lot of stuff, and I'm going to have to rely on the whole AI open source community because I don't know how to program, AI models like the LLMs. I know how they work. Like, I've done my research on like what the actual matrices are doing, matrices, like the math behind it all. I totally get that. The transformers, I totally get that. The whole 3-directional vector space, I totally get that. Like, I understand how it works. I just don't know if like one of those companies would like find me on LinkedIn and actually offer me a job. But you don't really need to know all that, because what I'm trying to focus on is like the physical aspect of the robot, how it moves, how it's put together, making it like an approachable robot project, so we can get this into more people's hands and have more people kind of be interested in technology and then pursue it for themselves, build a bigger community, kind of flex our muscle intellectually, and influence schools to offer programs like this, make it easy, make it fun, and just like help make this country smarter. I think that's like so essential, and not really like stressed enough. So that's what we're doing. Cool. like right now, what we're doing here is we are trying to do this on the Raspberry Pi. I'll just have to kind of so right now this guy right here is doing something. So we installed ROS Humble ROSbridge server, and then we ROS launch the ROSbridge server. See this right here? So it installed it, and then it's running right here. ROSbridge WebSocket server started on port 990. And then over here, again, it didn't open on a HTTPS, so we just listened to it right here on the actual robot. And the output confirms your Pi is running ROSbridge _ WebSocket and is actively listening on port 990 for both IPv4 and IPv6. So basically, the pipeline is alive. Now you just need a proper WebSocket client to talk to it. Install WebSoCat lightweight CLI WebSocket client. Sudo app install. Quick sanity test for the Pi itself. Cool. So we're going to do that. Copy. Paste. Right? Like, it's not only it's not only a great coder, it'll actually walk you through the process. So the old way of doing this as a programmer is to find someone's website and to find who made the software and to go through the steps of installing it and setting it up and troubleshooting it and having you read everything. And that's basically just what AI is doing now. It's scraping this person's website who made this product, and it's going to explain to me how it works. So it's just, I don't know, man. It's just fucking cool. And obviously there's a little error there, so I'm just going to make sure that's okay. You know, it's like, I think about it as a way of like, this is the functional part of a computer that actually makes stuff. And then this is like the thinky part of a computer now that thinks about making stuff. And I'm just connecting them both, you know, because I want to make specific things. And sometimes I have to keep AI focused because it wants to do these little things. It always wants to go on these little side quests. And I'm like, dude, stay focused, right? So for this, if you're there, if you're listening, I am starting to create the folder structure. So you can see up here, let's just take this down a notch. You can see the inside lib, right? So this is all inside Millie control. And that's just going to be the app that runs on a tablet that has the controller attached to it. So this controller is just going to be an app that's going to live on the tablet, and you'll be able to download it and install it yourself. And basically, what we start with is widgets and pages. So we got the home page, and AI is just kind of like giving me all the different folders and files we need right now. But AI just wanted to jump in and start creating stuff, and I was like, hold on, slow down. Let's create the folders. Let's do this right. So I had to kind of remind it how to be a real programmer. So, you know, AI is just not whatever. It is what it is. So basically, I just outlined the whole project. Lib folder. This is your first one, right? So everything is in here. Everything else is just what like the app needs to run, except for these. This guy, you can put stuff in here if you want, but this guy is kind of where you put some settings, where you tell like, I'm gonna have to put like, I guess like pages in here, dependencies, and widgets. So everything's in lib, and then pages, right? You got your home page and you get your settings. Good practice is to put page after everything, so you know it's the settings page and not like a settings widget that we can make down here. So then utils is just right now the ROS bridge, which is basically just like the thing that's going to send the signal to ROS, so we can actually control it. And then under widgets, you got chatbot panel, control panel, left toggle, right toggle, video panel. So that's all we need right now, and that's very modular. And if we need to control or change something on the video panel, we can do that separately without having to go back in and affect the home page, and it'll just update that widget as we reference it. So it's a good way to keep things modular, and we can kind of switch things out. So now that we did that, I'm gonna just kind of talk to AI for a little bit and get the color scheme down, so when we actually create the code, all those colors are just going to be baked right in, and we don't have to fuss with that later. So we are just going to take a little break from all that and so we're just going to put this panel on. And I know you can't see it, but it's not that exciting. We got these panel rims that I've been printing. And what's cool about these is that they might allow me to throw in a piece of like acrylic. If I can go get a piece of acrylic made for like the middle panels, it might be kind of dope to see the motor drivers and to see the fuse box, you know, and I might put one on the back panel to be able to look inside there. I don't think it would be very visually interesting to look at the motors or the wheels. And I think that would almost look better if it was hidden. But the way that the fuse box is wired up, it looks kind of cool. the way that the computer area is wired up also looks kind of cool. So that's a possibility. That's a possibility to make that area. But you know what? I kind of want to make it super functional. Like, I want to put some panels on the. I'm going to put some attachments on each panel. So I think those panels need to be functional and they need to have a mounting situation onto them. And then I think what I'm going to do down there is create like almost like a diagonal, so that it comes out this way down here. So it almost looks like kind of like a dress. Like Millie has a little, like when you look at a kind of like a symbol of a female for a bathroom, like it has a little dress. It has a little, you know, like the little dress icon. So I kind of want to make it so that her outline, if you were to kind of look at it, it would have a little, almost like a little, you know, dress. But it's really functional pockets that are shaped like, you know, short at the top and long, short at the top, long at the bottom, or no, yeah, short at the top, longer at the bottom. So they almost like slope down, but the actual pocket inside would be flat, obviously, you know, and almost like it would be like a structural move to do that, because if you have a load that's basically cantilevering off the side of the robot, you need to somehow get that load distributed back into the body of the robot. So you could do that with a full-on truss box, or you could do that with a triangle that's kind of flat on top, or you could do it as a triangle that's flat on the bottom. So that's all that move is saying, is like, if I want to create like a little diagonal, kind of a diagonal thing that comes off Millie, not only on the back and on the sides, then you can just like throw things in there. And because it's like almost like completely open towards the back, and then, you know, it'll have like a lip. You can almost like put like a, you know, a stuffed animal, or you could, you know, you could put something small in there, you know, and maybe even on the side, right, or on the front, you could put a speaker. You know, you could put a big speaker in the front, and then you can even plug it into the USB ports that I've provided, and I already needed to get more USB buck converters, and one of those buck converters is going into a powered USB, kind of like a hub, and then that's gonna help the camera connect, so it'll be powered, because this thing needs to be a powered camera. So I think I can print one more of these today before I have to go to work. I work a night job, so if you'd like to support the project, you got to go to Bags, and that's where you can invest in the project. this is such a cool project. Like, it's basically like a car, you know? It's like, how does a car, you know, function in a house? How does a car move itself around and pick stuff up? You know, it's like a little vertical car with a face, and it'll have arms. So that's basically what we're building. So I'm going to jump back into the code. Evidently, this is our main file. It's super light. But we're going to create these like couple of panels, and see what's going on. Yeah, I'm gaining followers. It's working. We're growing. So now I'm literally just copying and pasting in all of these pages that I just made with ChatGPT. So the chatbot panel, boom, paste it in. I told him what all of this stuff needs to look like. Control panel, boom, paste it in. Widget left toggle, paste it. Right toggle, paste it. Cool. So hold on. Cool. Homepage. Everything's good to go. And this is all just placeholders. So now I need to go in and I need to actually get this tablet into developer mode, and then I can just plug it into my computer. So next step. Actually, let me use the other. Yeah, I can just plug this right in. It's already plugged in. And then we throw this guy in developer mode, and I get to put this tablet in developer mode. So now what are we doing? Now we are simply installing. Oh shit! Okay, cool. Hold on a second. So it actually worked. So on this tablet, you can see it says chatbot placeholder, video feed placeholder, control panel placeholder. And basically, those are going to be how you control Millibot on here. But if you have the control panel open, it'll have a little joystick for you. So you can have the video over here with the control panel, or you can have the chatbot open with the video panel. So kind of just saying like, okay, this is a controller, and normally a controller is manipulated by fingers, but what if it was manipulated by a chatbot? So that's what we're doing right now. The problem that I was running into was that this gamepad for Flutter isn't really supported, and I guess no one's supporting it. So I'll have to create the file, and I'll actually have to maintain it, but it'll be on GitHub. So hopefully what I produce is just like a plug and play. If you buy one of these controllers, it'll work on a Flutter project on with the controller and the Samsung A7, so like Android. So you'll be able to control an Android device from an Android tablet. You'll be able to control with this controller, but you'll also be able to build in Flutter. So it's not just like, obviously it works with games because they have it built. That's weird. Like, why? Maybe I need to chat with. Hold on a second. You know what? I'll come back and I'll ask that to chat later. For now, let's just do the edits on this thing. So one of the first things I want to do is just change the. We don't need any of these. We actually just need to go like control panel, toggle, video panel, chatbot panel. So So if this thing is, can I unplug it? Yeah. Yeah. So the first thing I want to edit is the toggle buttons. Make them floating. Just floating in the corners. In the top corners of the make them floating in the top corners of the screen. So you could set that to 10 pixels from the edge of the screen, right? Then it would be 5 pixels away from the 5-pixel border, right? Make them let's just do that. Let's do that. So we're going to move these hamburger chat things cool. So in the home page, we have what is basically the position for the toggle buttons. So right here, chat gave me the code, and all I have to do is come in here and edit this. So it says positioned right here. 10. Top is also just 10. Right? Beautiful. Easy. Easy. Boom. 10. I think it was like centered. He had it centered. So, save it. Right? And then let me screw the tablet in. Screw the tablet. Let me plug the tablet in. So basically, I'll run it. I'll try to run it up here. Or what I can do is just do this. And then we'll have this as like a little backup if we need it. If you're just tuning in, or if you're just kind of watching this video on wherever, just know that we're building a robot. Beautiful. Cool. So now those hamburger buttons are locked in. Perfect. So now I'm gonna change the button, the toggle button. If I go to the left toggle, we should have called this control toggle. See, we should have called this control toggle, and then chatbot toggle, but we didn't. We fucked up. We fooked doop. Oh, right here, the icon. Right? We're going to change this to chat, booble, booble, and then outline. Perfect. We'll save that, and we will run it again. This is just our little emergency shell down here. Cool. So now there's a chat placeholder and a control panel hamburger. Perfect. Perfect. Let's... So now we're gonna go in and we're gonna replace the video panel. See this guy right here? And I just tell chat like, hey man, update this video panel .dart file for me to work, right? So it just gets it exactly right, you know? And that's just boom. That's just a building block right there. You know, I look at it as like that's a brick of a building. You know? Like I understand how concrete comes together with water to make bricks, but like I don't make bricks. So I'm just trying to figure out right now if, you know, long term, it's like this app needs to be signed in from you, the user. So you'll need to have your own account with your own authentication. And then that will let you sign into, you know, this controller. And then you can basically, like, you know, you can lock it so other people can't use it. You could just say, hey, just keep me signed in, so you can always just use it. But then, this controller will only be able to use your robot. So you'll need to have kind of like, well, I guess that'll be over the Wi-Fi, because basically each robot is going to have to be its own Wi-Fi network. I figured that out pretty quickly, that because all of this shit is talking to each other over the Wi-Fi, this computer itself needs to be almost like a little modem, right? But that opens up the question, if we have a bunch of robots that are running around with their own little modem, like, are you piggybacking onto the Wi-Fi network of your robot now? You know what I mean? Like, does the robot become like the source of internet for the house? Obviously, not really for the house, but like, I guess if you're out, you know what though? It's like cell phone bills are like $5 now. So how do you compete with that? This basically what I'm saying is the robot is going to get its own cell connection to the network. So that's an opportunity to partner with like a cell phone company. We talked about that earlier. A cell phone provider, cell service provider, and so what that's going to do is that's going to allow basically the robot to be its own little like hotspot. So basically what I'm saying is you can take the robot out and it'll have Wi-Fi, so you can just run other things off of it. There's a possibility of connecting this to Starlink. Putting a little Starlink dish on the back for sure. So it's just whatever we want to build, we can build. It's just what do we want to build? That's my only question now. So now I'm trying to check it on the tablet. Oh, there it is. Sick. Oh my gosh. So this is the stream from the robot. Even though I'm not able to control the robot, I've got the stream. So now we can check it. We can check it on here. It should be running it on here because we have it connected. Okay, now it says video stream unavailable. That's interesting because the video stream is available. So let me get back to chat and then I'll follow up with you guys. So now I'm gonna bring in the video feed. Come on, baby, work. Nope. Man, making this controller is going to be a little more involved than I thought. So we're just debugging. This is just kind of like, oh God, see that? So now AI is just debugging the process for me, you know? It's like, all that red code, baby. All that red code, baby. I gotta clean it. And then pub get. And then flutter run. There you go. We're back. Hopefully we get a little image on the old screenimajigs. But I'm gonna have to actually. Oh, we got it! So check that out. There's video from the robot on our custom panel. So right now, I'll show you back here. See this custom panel? Just drop the microphone. Basically, it's a full screen panel. And if you want to, you can pull out the control panel. So there's going to be, let's say there's going to be a control panel like a little joystick down here, and then maybe some buttons. So I think that would be cool. Maybe the joystick at the top, and then buttons below, for sure. And then over here, you're going to have a chat bot. So if you wanted to, you could type stuff in. You hit the thing, and the keyboard comes up, and then you can chat to the AI of your choosing. Hopefully, or it's like there's so many things going on. It's going to have to be one integrated network to make any of this make sense, because right now it's like I'm plugging and playing with all these different things like ChatGPT and 11 Labs and all this stuff, but like having our own AI voices, available, and having our own AI that you can use, on the tablet, and it's just going to make more sense if we build it as like one ecosystem, and then charge the customers like a monthly fee. But we have it all organized, and obviously, you would want your robot data to be safe. So we couldn't trust, just putting it on any old server. So there's a lot that's going to go into this, but I'm stoked. We got the freaking screen working. That's such an amazing part of this. Cool, baby. on, baby. Lab coat.
It's so cool. I'm so stoked. Honestly, this project is so fun.
This is why. This is why you don't. This is why you don't give up on your dreams, chat. Okay. This is why you never give up on your dreams, because you could be sitting in your lab one day, freaking building a robot, and it's just crazy. Chat, what do you think? It's crazy.
I want to take a second to issue a retraction.
So we are now getting robot footage onto the tablet, which is the controller that we are building right now. So over here, you're gonna have So right now we're actually getting a live feed from the robot, and if I just move it around or push some controls, then the robot will show you the live feed on the actual tablet. So that's basically it for now. Stay tuned. So we are now getting robot footage onto the tablet, which is the controller that we are building right now. So over here, you're going to have a little control panel with a joystick and some buttons. Over here, you're going to have a little chat bot that you can talk to control the robot. So in the future, you'll be able to control it with your fingers, or you'll be able to actually talk to it or type to it and control the robot. This is going onto this guy right here, but I have it plugged in so I can attach that. And all of this is sending a feed. I'm logged in there to the feed as well. So right now we're actually getting a live feed. So over here, you're going to have a little control panel with a joystick and some buttons. Over here, you're going to have a little chat bot that you can talk to control the robot. So in the future, you'll be able to control it with your fingers, or you'll be able to actually talk to it or type to it and control the robot. This is going onto this guy right here, but I have it plugged in so I can attach that. And all of this is sending a feed. I'm logged in there to the feed as well. So right now we're actually getting a live feed from the robot. If I just move it around or push some controls, then the robot will show you the live feed on the actual tablet. So that's basically it for now. Stay tuned. So now we're just going to edit the manifest because I want to lock the tablet in horizontal mode. Right? Looks like the feed is really lagging now. So I'll have to restart that. Cool. I think that's it. Let's save these, and then we can... and then we can run it again. And hopefully it's just locked. We changed a pretty big file, so... And we're getting a feed. Cool. So let's see. Let me clip this on here. There you go. You can just hang out right there. Cool. So let's see if this works. Yep. But the feed is really lagging. So what's going on with that? Okay, that looks a little better. Yeah, that looks better. But not on the tablet. Why is the tablet so slow? I mean, it could be because we are streaming, so many places. So I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop streaming to YouTube